Hello everybody, welcome back to Lil Euphie's Creative Corner. My name is Lil Euphie, and this is my Creative Corner. Hello everybody, hello. Thank you Honey Bun for the shout out, I very much appreciate that. Hello Sun Honey, welcome on in. Welcome on in Honey Bun. Anybody else that may be lurking? Let me turn this down just a little bit. I added several more songs to the soundtrack earlier. I was listening to the songs I was recommended to listen to earlier. Let's get these gloves on. Yep, indeed, it is time to get into the art therapy. Indeed, yes, this is the ending page. This is this page right here, but instead it's illustrated. So that is what I am working on today. I was doing it last night. I was also working on this a little bit earlier as well, kind of reformatting some of the layers and then adding some background pieces to it as well. There's still a little bit of work be done on some of these trees. I'm going to do probably some clouds in the background here as well. Good evening. If there's any art projects or creative projects that you have that you want to work on, feel free to pull them out and join me in this creative process that I have on here. This weekend is the last weekend inside of this little closet space that I have before I move everything into my own studio, where I'm going to be painting kind of like it's a wall mural of these trees on a very light sage green background. So very simple, very, I don't know, easy on the eyes. So, but yeah, I figured with the start of a new studio space, why not also have, you know, an illustrated version of my ending pages? So it kind of sets a precedent of it being an art show. So I thought, why not do that? Let's see, going back before the show started, I was working on these background trunk pieces here and putting in some branches right over here in some of these trees. Kind of breaks up the green in the leaves. I think I was going to place that layer there. Very much channeling the Bob Ross feel to things. And using a particular brush. This is called a Flashito. It's available for people that use Clip Studio Paint, but I'm not sure if you can duplicate the settings to like Photoshop or Krita or like Fire Alpaca, all the other art programs that are out there. And I think this is actually going to start from the shadows. I have to remember to zoom out and make sure that things don't look too distracting. It's one thing that I really like about traditional paintings is that there's no way for me to zoom in so much on the canvas that I lose track of how the whole piece looks when it's as a whole thing. So just remembering those techniques from traditional paintings and drawings when translating it into digital, it makes it less overwhelming. Type of tree from this one. So there's a little bit more of a directional change for that tree. And this one, just have it pointing upwards. There needs to be some branches coming out of this tree behind. I'm doing this in layers, so the farthest back pieces of it get worked on first, like these here. And then I may add, I don't know, I think it'd be a little distracting if we add more details to it than necessary. Just kind of blurring these out just a little bit so they blend into the leaves a little bit more. And I think I need some branches in here. And then kind of poking out there. Looking around, I think this tree needs some work. Hope everybody's Saturday has been going well for them. Earlier today, me and one of my younger brothers went over to our grandpa's house. We helped him out with some yard work. He's got a peach tree in the backyard that was drooping down a little bit too far, so he asked us if we could saw off a couple of those branches. So I said, yeah, sure, why not? And then I drove the two of us over to a place that has conveyor belt sushi. And sometimes it's a hit or miss, and this time it was pretty good. And it's usually pretty cheap too. Sorry, I keep like bouncing around to try to like figure out a better angle for painting this. want this tree to be a little more scraggly than the other ones. I think this needs a little bit more shadow in here. When I look away from certain parts of the canvas and then look back to them, sometimes I notice a few things that could be adjusted. Yeah, it was pretty nice. I only have a few more things to pack into boxes. This setup being one of the last things. It's very exciting. Both of the dressers that I had in here are currently over at me and Wolf's house. So all of my clothes are in trash bags, the white trash bags, but they're labeled like my pants and my shirts, my undergarments and socks. So all I've got to do is just grab those, throw them in my car. Then my parents and one of my other younger brothers is going to have the U-Haul, and then they're gonna pack all of the boxes and the larger items over there, and we head on over on the 10th. And honestly, I wish that the time would just hurry up because I'm getting quite impatient not being there. I just want to be with Wolf again and be inside of our own home, our own bed again. But B, I also want to get to designing that studio space because designing it was very fun, and so actually doing it is probably even more satisfying. Hello, sweet poisons. Welcome on in. Oh, what? Let me check that out, son, honey. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh my goodness. Is it a full rainbow? Oh my goodness, it is. I love that. That is so satisfying when it's a full half circle. Thank you for sharing. I think actually to leave a like on that. I've seen, and this is I don't know how these occur, but I've seen double rainbows before, and it's I don't know how that happens, but they're very cool to see. Something to do with the light and how it reflects with the with moisture in the air. in a little bit of a highlight. Just kind of figuring out some layers for this tree. It's gonna be still a little scraggly, but enough to still see his trunk. Oh, there was two. Oh my goodness. See, they're absolutely beautiful when they happen. It always takes me by surprise. I do like a double take. A double take for the double rainbow. Through the different layers of this forest. I'm gonna put some texture inside of this trunk as well, because it's really flat looking. All of the texture inside of the trees. Just making it just a little bit darker. And with the brush that I'm using, it also randomized the hue by whatever setting I want it at. And right now it's at a pretty low setting, but it's just enough that every now and then it makes a variation in which color it's basing from. I think I'll put another one of these mid-trunks here. And it kind of draws the eye in the rest of this forest here. See how one fares over here. There's a bush that's kind of hidden in this corner. Let's see. Okay, I think I need to move on to the rest of these bushes down here. Let's see, the next layer. I did layer out these bushes over here. One of them's actually hidden behind this tree. This tree that probably could use some more texture to it. Just a little bit more of a highlight. I have to hold myself back sometimes. Don't overdo it. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Yoshi that asked me if I had ever, or it might have been Danny, I don't know. It was somebody. It was somebody in the past that asked me if I had ever over-rendered something, and I absolutely have. I have definitely done that before. There's been several pieces of mine that I get this flow going that's just over detailed, over rendered. It usually happens when, again, like I'm zoomed in like this far, and I see pixel by pixel. It's just not, I don't know, it's not worth the work or the attention to be that zoomed into it. When the entire image, you know, is what somebody's going to initially see. But when something looks flat, I'm like, I must fix. I must. Oh, alright, Sweet Poisons, you be back whenever you are able to. Yes, sometimes the silhouette trick is kind of finicky. You have to know where your light source is gonna come from and layering it. But after a while, it does look very satisfying. Indeed, thank you for being here. I do appreciate anyone just lurking or chatting. Let's see. Okay, good. I did place these bushes on different layers. Throw in our shadow color underneath. I think I'll have one layer of these bushes be here. Another layer over here. Okay. Start throwing the base color back into it just a little bit. Just kind of blend them into each other. And I'll take the color that was slightly mixed and just add it a little bit more inside of the bush, kind of round it out. I'm just going in like little circular motions with my pen. Little half circles. Sometimes little full circles if I want to do a full rotation. Just using the eyedropper and blending it upwards. And then I think that there needs to be a little bit more of a darker color. So I zoom out, kind of look around, see that it looks kind of flat. Hello, Christus. Welcome, welcome. Indeed, indeed, it is coming together. Little by little, every layer, slowly but surely. I'm waiting for some of the newer songs to come through. I have it on shuffle. I can't get tired of hearing the same thing over and over again. Hence why like the soundtrack gets updated. But also, if there's like a routine and a pattern that starts to get formed. Get too comfortable with it. I think I went a little too crazy there with those shadows. Some of the base color back in and re-establishing that lower section of these bushes. I think I might put in some light flowers. I don't know what color yet. Not entirely sure what color I should mix some of these flowers. If you guys have any ideas for colors for the flowers inside of these bushes, let me know. I really enjoy making collaborative pieces, so this being one that can easily be added onto into the future streams. If I want to make illustrations of like cute little rabbits or insects, some birds up in the trees, I can easily add these to this ending page, and then at the end of each stream or at the beginning of them, because I also want to do the starting page too, just like this. But I think it'd be cool to see it get like added onto over the weekends. Adding a little bit more of some shadows in here. Give it some further separation from the rest of the foliage. Rhododendrons. Okay. I should know what those are, like off the top of my head what they look like, because I've heard of them and they've been in my backyard before. My mom has grown them, but again, I need a reference. Oh, okay. Those are we have 2 of those in my backyard, or my parents' backyard. It was yes, okay. Yes, let's do the pinky purple version of it. Yeah. Yeah, right? It's like, oh, well, that's fitting actually. Let's see, in these leaves, I can actually easily make the shape of. I'm gonna, let's see. Okay, so that's this first section here, or it's one layer of the bushes. So I can change this hue ever so slightly to a little more of a green. take this top color here and start making some of these little sections. Somewhat the same shape as those leaves. Which actually helps texture it a lot. Hello, Love Pugs. Hello, Iceman. So I used to want a pug, but I went to a pug meet and greet convention, and they had a workshop on how to pop the eyes back in to the head, and I was like, oh no, I don't want to. Okay, it was a little scary, but yeah. Hello, Ragul, Sergeant Modog, Elvin, Disgruntled Grunts, Tian Rhodes, Bunny. Hello, Dark Knight. Welcome everybody. He wants to know what kind of dogs we can has. We can have a small to medium sized dog that is not loud and does not require a lot of grooming maintenance or training either. So he mentions sometimes a puppy, and I say no puppy because we both have a lot of projects. I used to love pugs. I don't anymore. They have too many respiratory problems, and the eye thing kind of scared me. If we had the right environment for a capybara, and I don't know if Oregon allows for capybaras either. I know they need a lot of water maintenance. They like to poop in the water. So because the respiratory issues and also the eye thing, the eyes popping out, it kind of freaked me out when I was in high school. But I did have a love for the pugs when I was younger, and there's still a soft spot inside of my soul for the pug, because they're cute, but then reality hits the health issues. So, but I do love them. They look very cute. I would go with the Shiba, except for they are very hard to train. They have very strong personalities. Sometimes there's oh my goodness. We are going to have a talk after my show, Wolf, about this. Okay. Oh my goodness. Also not a husky. Those things are very loud. They're very, very loud. I know he asked the question earlier, what kind of exotic pet would you have if you could have one? And I messaged him earlier. I said, my answer to your question is a wolf. I was like, this is so ridiculous. But yeah, in all seriousness, probably a retriever. We could get a chocolate lab, or we can get a golden retriever if he trains it to be a good guard dog. I also do good training with my black Chesapeake Bay retriever called Boomer. He knows to use his inside voice, and he knows how to use his outside voice. He knows sit and stay, and to go to his bed. I say, excuse me, he gets out of the way. But yeah. Or like a German Shepherd. But again, training. I want yeah. I don't want the dog to run the house. The humans run the house. Yes, I understand. I'm appreciative of this, Wolf. This is my art show. This is where I make my artwork. We do have a little structure of sorts in the back, Nanette, for the doggo. So I suppose that could be something that could be used for the doggo. That's right, Christus. We're gonna make the dog have a job. The doggo has a jobbo. Again, like I wouldn't mind getting the like retriever or a lab of some sorts. I think I just changed the color on my keyboard randomly. It's bizarre. He's also sent me links for corgis. I have to do some more research on corgi. So again, I like to do the research on what we get. That's how I know that, you know, huskies are very loud. The Shiba has some temperament issues potentially. You know, what is the purpose of the dog? It is very cute. It is very cuddly, but if we want it to be a guard dog, then, you know, something that's really timid and I don't know, like not trainable as well either. You know, it's gotta be trainable in that way. So in the sun, she likes black and chocolate. Oh, they're beautiful. Those coats are beautiful. My dog gets a little bit of the more of a chocolate coloring in the sun as well. When I was younger, the dream that I had was to have 3 corgis that were all the different shades of fur coats, and one of them being called sourdough, one of them called being like burnt toast. I can't remember what the other one was going to be called. Something having to do with bread. Some sort of bread, because they remind me very much of loaves of bread. Just throwing in some more textures on these leaves here. Oh, I've also mentioned us getting a Jack Russell Terrier. We could do that too, because those are also good guard dogs. Just something that will alert, you know, if there's a person outside that he or she doesn't know. And I know that Wolf had a Jack Russell Terrier before, so I'm sure that might be up in the alley. Yes, my neighbor had a Jack Russell Terrier, so thankfully we have a backyard that's big enough that would support the running space for that kind of a dog. What are you talking about? You did nothing. You started this whole conversation about the doggos. You can't play innocent. You can't play innocent. Yeah, see, that's why I figured like it might be something that you would enjoy. So I am down for it when we have some of these repairs to the house in order first. I'd like to be able to feed and get the dog some toys so it doesn't destroy the furniture. Look at the furniture like it's a toy. My favorite dog, and I'm gonna assume you mean breed, because I don't know about dog bread. I don't know about no dog bread. But my favorite dog breed, I hadn't thought about this for a while, because again, like, it used to be the pug, and then I didn't think about it for a while, but probably have to be, I don't know, I think back on that story that I just told about the corgis and the breads, just like the shape of them and the fur variations. So it might be a corgi, I don't know. I have to look at the roster. I kind of want to look at the roster of all the different types of breeds, and then give a surefire answer, because I know that there's kinds out there that, like, I've never even heard of before. But as a starting point, the corgis are quite cute. Although I've seen videos, oh my gosh, I've seen a video of these two corgis that are just like, they're not biting each other, but they're like yapping so close to each other to the point like it looks like they might as well be. But they're just arguing. It looks like they're just like an old couple just arguing back and forth about whatever it is. Probably food or something. They might be a little territorial in that way. No, not tomorrow. Unless you're gonna have the bathroom fixed lickety split by tomorrow. Thank you, Sergeant Modog. I'm terrible at promoting myself. In fact, actually, if you want to see any more of my artwork, I have my DeviantArt gallery, my artwork gallery. That's gonna pop up there in the chat there in a second. And then I do post little like thank you for coming to the show and work in progress pictures up on my Twitter, my X account. And then I always forget like what kind of links that I have in the link tree, but you can always check those out if you want to. But yeah, I do my art show on the weekends. This is actually my last show, my last weekend in this small little closet space in my bedroom. So I move into a bigger studio next weekend, and yeah, super excited about that. I need to put in some shadows here on this bush. The other part about the getting a doggo is the taking it for walks, getting that routine in, because dogs do thrive off of, or at least my dog thrives off of routines. He likes being, being prepared for when dinner is expectant, and breakfast too. In the morning, he's always looking over at me when I walk out of my bedroom, like, where is breakfast? He likes to have his snack beforehand, and then his actual food after his little snack. Just throwing in some other little textures here, because these are just little color blobs that still need to have different bush textures applied to them. keeps extending beyond here. Let's see, we're gonna raise this up just a little bit more. Make that brush a little bit bigger. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. Blend those out. I believe you are, Kit Kat. If you're a moderator, I believe you have to be subbed before you become a moderator. I think so. Thank you, Ragul. Hope that you have a wonderful rest of your night. Hello, Kedama. Thank you. Thank you. I am very excited to start getting into painting the accent wall because right now it's blue. It is like a dark blue, and I'm like, I appreciate the placement of it because I wouldn't know where to place the accent wall. I get kind of overwhelmed about like the little details, but I am gonna be painting it like a sage green because it's too dark, and blue's just not my thing. But oh, goodness, Sergeant Modok. Thank you, love pugs. If you like the show, be sure to like and subscribe, all of that good stuff. I always forget to say. And Sun Honey, thank you. I do appreciate it all. Kind of getting a good idea of some shadows and some placements in here. Doing the stream yesterday in the studio design, it really, I didn't realize how impatient I was to get back over there, but it really made me see. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm running out of ideas for what to put in here because my brain's just is already over there. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit more here so I can see this full piece. Okay, going back over here and just applying that same technique that I did over these bushes. Just working from that darkest shadowy spot, taking that base color and then just fading it in the middle color and blending them into each other. Going layer by layer from the top to the bottom. Or I guess bottom to top. Yeah, maybe bottom to top. Thank you, Disgruntled Grunt. I will try my best. Oh no, what reverse sneezing? What is that? What does that look like? I hope that he's all good. Indeed, I have some Bob Rossian type techniques that I've adapted into the digital space. Like these trees over here are very much like just making that very brave, broad pen stroke downwards, and then just applying some like little little hash marks, horizontal hash marks, with a textured brush that kind of mimics that same oil painting kind of a look to it. But yeah, and then kind of that same thing in the ways of these bushes here too. I think the only thing that I'm missing is the little animal friends that he brings in. There's a little squirrel that like will be, you know, crawling over his shoulder, or like a bird or something. I think he has like a chipmunk on at some point. I don't know, I might be wrong about that, but yeah. I've seen people do that, and I'm like, doesn't that hurt? To try to stop the sneeze. But I have no idea. To each their own. Oh, thank you. I do appreciate the audience and the engagement. Just like doing my art therapy and providing this cozy, comfy atmosphere to people. There's a lot of craziness and chaos in the world, and I think it's good to have that, and it's also good to have times of peace. I think too much peace, it's like you're putting your head in the sand and kind of like not paying attention at all to what's going on in the world, but too much of it is like it can take a toll on your nervous system. So which for me in the past, like back in 2020, I was doing a lot of research into things, and that hyper awareness kind of, I had a bit of a panic attack, and so I just did my artwork, and I did my art streams, and I was trying to, you know, manage all of that. But doing the art therapy and listening to calming music and having like a little fireplace and birds and such like that, and also like talking out loud, verbally processing what it is that I'm doing, it helps a lot in calming things down, so that hearing about those crazy things in the world, the chaos, the things happening in the news, it feels like it's more manageable. It feels it's less overwhelming. So I was already having this kind of an environment where I had a fireplace in the background. I had, you know, birds chirping in the background. I made this space for myself, and then, you know, after a while of just, you know, containing it in here, I said, well, I'm in a hiatus doing, you know, my streams, because I used to stream on Twitch, and I had some more issues with my anxiety. My Crohn's was being affected by that. But coming back to it, it was very much like I need to share this environment and this atmosphere with other people, because I feel a bit, I don't know, like I'm holding things back in a way by not doing that. So there we've got another bush, simply by just adding some shadows to the base layer of it, and then further emphasizing that base color just by adding some highlights to it. Actually, I can do that just a little bit more over here. Okay, so I'm gonna go in between these two trees here. This shadow, I think this is, which one's darker? I think that one is. During the year of 2020, I was also more frequently writing my my webcomic that's piecing together what the world might look like by 2050 and beyond, simply because of all the different things that I was seeing on Twitter, or like I guess it's called X now, but at the time being Twitter. So I've shown that a little bit in my show here. Some of the character designs of it. Trying to find a good color here for the highlights. And a little bit more green. But eventually I'll go back to doing that too. I have a whole trifold presentation thing on how the society of my webcomic works. I like creating a world like that from the ground up, of like, how does this world operate, and are there characters in this world that are interesting enough to make a story out of, and from the very bottom tier, the bottom rung of this like pyramid scheme society, that's also like a smart city, hidden away inside of this mountain range. I think that there's a character in there that, because of, the way that she's grown up, being told what her favorite color is, what her favorite TV shows are, what, who her friends are, who her family is. She's just been told all of these things all of her life, that actually discovering something for herself that she likes, kind of makes her start to question the world around her. And being at the very bottom of that tier of society, things have started to fall apart. So I think that there's something to say in there. There's some sort of something I want my readers to think about after reading, a chapter or two, like this thing that happened, to this character, is a more extreme version of what's going on in the present day, perhaps. Very much like, what are you spending your time on? What are you spending attention on? So I'm very appreciative of you guys being here and watching the show, because you could be anywhere, but you chose to be here, and your time and your attention is valued. So in this futuristic world that I have, the currency is attention. The currency, you are gaining this these ATN points, this ATN coin, by choosing to spend your time and your attention somewhere. So I don't know, that's my little tangent on my projects, and when I get some more time and things are more settled in with the new studio, I'm gonna pull out that trifold presentation and get back to work on that, because I kind of miss doing that. I did a little bit of character design on it, like I can't remember how many weeks ago it was, but I showcased it a little bit. I have something of a first chapter. It's kind of like a pilot chapter, so yeah. Ooh, okay, the inverted sneeze, like it goes, I guess that'd be weird to see. I don't know. It's very curious. Yes, I can't wait to actually have it all, all of my stuff over there. So, yeah, everything's currently in boxes behind me, and downstairs in my parents' workout area. So, and thankfully they're letting me take the treadmill. I'm like, awesome. So besides one of my younger brothers, I was the only one that was really using it. So that's another thing that I am eventually going to get back onto. I was trying to get back to doing my daily walk. It's like just 45 minutes or so. Like if it's longer than half an hour, I think that's good for, you know, an everyday kind of a movement activity, you know, to keep the calories burning, get those steps in. But I had a little bit of a Crohn's flare up, and so I didn't want to exacerbate it, and that was several months ago, and I haven't picked the habit back up again, but that's what it is, you know, is a habit. And making it really easy to get the workout equipment on, or the workout outfit on, like having your athletic shoes like right there in eyes view, in plain sight, helps a lot. Having them within like arm's reach, making sure that like those workout clothes are like clean, because I don't like working out in dirty workout clothes. That's just gross. Making sure that it's like you've got a good like playlist, you know, if you like working out to music. I'm also applying in here some of these shadows and just kind of layering this bush as I'm going on about this. But it's also that mindset of, you know, like doing that for the right reasons, and not, you know, going so far to hurt yourself, you know, and going overboard. But just knowing that like as long as I'm moving every day, you know, and not going overboard with it, or just like setting healthy goals, I think that's I need to zoom out here. I need to zoom out because I think that this is going to end up being too busy. I think this needs to be, one of these sections needs to be taken out. It's this one right here. Very easy. All I gotta do is just blur this. Just blur them together. And then kind of fluff it up a little bit. There, it doesn't look so busy. Probably down here as well. I think this is one of the newer songs. I've been updating the soundtrack for the stream as time goes on. I like keeping things fresh for you guys. Also just like to hear new stuff every now and then. Hello, Lady Nuke. Good evening. Indeed, I hope that it is going well for you. I'm working on this illustration for my ending page, which currently looks like this. So it looks very, you know, like very much like a photo, and so I'm making an illustration of it instead. So kind of fits the theme of the stream a little bit more, I think. But yeah. Hello, Meteor. Ooh. Let me take a note of that. Yep. I want to check that out after the show. I checked out some music that I was recommended to listen to last night, but I have really bad memory, and I know that if I keep it in the chat, it will fade away over time, as well as in my memory. So that's why I keep a whole bunch of these sticky notes here. And they're absolutely everywhere. There's too many of them. I'm drowning in them. But I'll check that out. I think this section here needs to be raised up a little bit more. Okay, let's work on this section of bushes. I'm going to take this very bottom section here and just blend it a little bit more. Kind of get rid of this color blob look to it. And get this top section, kind of fluff it out, blend it in a little bit more. Okay, so we'll take more of that base color. Because I have a randomizer on for my my hue, it changes the hue by 12% every time I apply a new pen stroke. So there's a slight variation between this blue and this green. Trying to follow the same set of bushes here. So it has a lighter tone. It's a little bit more applied after I get the rest of these shadows in, but I'm gonna end up ruining this little section here. Or perhaps not, I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm just trying to make my artwork. And in that phrasing, I'm trying to make my art work. Like, this, like, I'm trying to make this work. I don't even know sometimes what I'm doing. Sometimes I'm also like halfway building a new technique in a way. Just experimenting with things like, what does it look like if I start layering it like this, if I blend it like this? And I'm sure there's other artists out there that have figured this technique out before me, but I am not aware of it, and I am, again, just experimenting with things. Upwards a little bit more. Some more shadows over here. And just plotting out where this bush is going. I suppose if you would like to imagine yourself petting the dog that's somewhere in this scene, you may. My dog is somewhere taking a nap, probably in my parents' bedroom, missing him. My parents are currently in Boston, doing touristy things, whatever you do in Boston that's of touristy nature. Hello, Yoshiahu. Welcome on in. Indeed, I saw I was in a museum that had his motorcycle and the van too. I can't remember what it was. It was something in Seattle. I can't remember. But yeah, it looked really cool. It was very groovy. Don't really want to get rid of this lighter green right here. I think it's a good offset for this bluish green that I've got here. Throw in some highlights. And going like from the, I guess I'm kind of going in the backwards way. This is the most foreground bush. Just kind of applying some in here. See, it needs to be a little bit more of a blend out here. Breaking up this little bit of this bush here, and then I'm going to reapply this highlight. Okay, I think I need to see. I need to add some saturation to this set of bushes. Hello, Jonathan. Welcome in. And maybe a little bit more contrast too. Before I do that, I'm gonna make a copy. And then I'm gonna adjust this contrast. that much. And then I'll take my transparent airbrush and go over this set of bushes here, because as we're looking into the background, things start to lose their contrast and their saturation a little bit, so they fade into the background a bit. Actually, with this tree, I need to do that, both of these, but this one's already, I actually need to swap them. So with that, this top one, contrast, let's drop it a little bit. And then apply that same technique with a transparent airbrush right here to this, so that it regains a bit of that color. I'm going on that original layer, and then again with the transparent airbrush, just kind of fading that tree out so that it regains that transparency too. So see, it kind of separates the two trees from each other. I'm going to combine them again though. So now this tree, or this forest, yes, the depth of field. Thank you, Elvin. I usually, I don't know, I forget the terminology sometimes. But this forest is looking less dead than it did before. It looking like this. There's not much greenery going on there, but also applying this house here to the side of it. I think it's coming along. Is the studio set up? Not yet. Not yet. Next weekend, I will be getting the rest of my things over there, and then yeah, then it will be on its way to getting set up. So there's a lot of boxes I gotta get through. So anyway, that's what we're doing. Oh, cool, awesome. Yeah, it's this is very much all just a game of layers, and starting from the very back and working your way up to the front. This being a digital space there, though, I have a little more control over what I've painted on, but keeping that same mindset of working from the very back to the foreground. You can apply that to acrylic paintings and oil paintings like Bob Ross does. So yeah, I sometimes I'll watch Bob Ross on my off streaming time when I'm not doing my art show, and that's what I see him doing. So I was just like, why not translate that into a digital landscape? And so far it's been working pretty good. So, you know. See, these bushes are in front of these trees. I need to layer and texture these tree trunks. Oh, well, that's not good, Wolf. Yeah, we kind of need those. But, it was also raining earlier, so, I don't know, perhaps today is not the day for it. The forces that be did not align. here's adding some texture to the tree bark. Let's see, not this one yet. This one is not part of that layer. Certain types of trees are gonna be a little more curved in their texture. These ones are more of a boreal forest, so there's gonna be more carnivorous trees. Less like there's some I don't know, I guess they kind of look like a darker bark version of a birch tree back in here, but some of these are pine trees, so they're not going to have too much of that texture. But even birch trees, like, they have more of a circular horizontal texture to the bark. But yeah. Indeed, happy little trees. Happy little trees. Yoshi's got the rhymes. Yoshi has got the rhymes today. Bracket love mat. You know, I saw the last time that I went camping, it was in those BLM lands, the Bureau of Land Management, but I was like making that joke that this is the Black Lives Matter land. This is where they live. Alrighty, love pugs, you have a good rest of the night and rest up. You gotta get your energy for your granddaughter tomorrow. Yes, I will be here tomorrow, and then next weekend I will be setting up my new studio, so I hope to see you then. And some more of these little textures. Put in some shadows here too. I haven't quite decided where the light source is going to be coming from, but for right now it's really just the background, and then the light is just from the perspective of the viewer. Bit of shadow going on there. Not overwhelmingly so, though. I'm going to be putting some leaves up in here, but just in case we end up seeing parts of this trunk through the leaves, it's good to already have it textured and shaded. Indeed, yes. Sometimes we have the spooky seasons, and sometimes we do not. A time and a place. But when it is time for spooky seasons, it is always welcomed. I love walking into those craft stores at this time of the year. They've already got all the Halloween stuff out. The last time that I was out doing some shopping with Wolf, we got a little crow. A little crow for the front room. I haven't named him yet, but eventually we will. We will end up naming this crow. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I changed the color of the sky, so that might have something to do with it. Yeah, because it was more purpley. I changed it to more blue. Made it less dark. Crow remake. Is there a movie called The Crow? Or a TV show? I am so lost. Oh, okay. I have not watched that. So I am not educated, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately, depending on what Elvin means by that. I feel like those would be very easily like sung into some of these songs, Yoshi. Some of these songs get like really groovy. And then I can't remember who it was the other night that said that they were like rapping along to some of the songs, which I thought was super cool. Hey man, more power too. If you wanna, build onto the show and the atmosphere and the environment by just getting into it, more power to you. Go for it. This one's a little slow, so I don't know if it's easy or not to rhyme with. Throwing in some more little shadowy spots. Before I start throwing in the leaves later on. Hello, Big D. Welcome on in. I'm just doing some more work on the ending page for my stream here. Right now it's just a photo, but I did do some editing to that photo to give it some more like purple pink kind of a hue to it. Put a little filter over it. But with this being the final Saturday inside of my old closet studio setup here, kind of figured why not, do a redo of this illustration here, or I guess a paint over of some sort. Make my own illustration out of that photo. So yeah, that is what I have been doing. I got this started yesterday after I kind of ran out of ideas for my my studio sketch design that I was doing. I got a little impatient. I was like, I just want to be there. I just want to hurry up and actually, get to painting this wall mural. And I think I'll stream that too, the painting of the wall mural. I think this is one of the newer ones. And all of this music is completely copyright free. It is safe to use in any of your streams if you are also a fellow streamer or a content creator on YouTube or Twitch or Rumble, wherever you wanna post your content to. All of the music that I use, I make sure that there's no copyright claims that end up going through on them, because they kind of freak me out. When I see a little like copyright thing there, I'm like, what did I do? But yeah, so to kind of avoid that fear and that little headache there of trying to weed out which songs it was that triggered it, I just have my entire soundtrack is copyright claim free, DMCA free, all of that stuff. I'm feeling pretty good, pretty relaxed. Oh my gosh. He's stuck in a vacuum bag. Yeah, it is a little weird, huh? A little strange. But, you know, I suppose that a lot of people have ghostwriters and people that, you know, they pass around different songs, like, oh, you're not gonna sound good in this one, and you know, you'll sound good in this one. But there was a ghostwriter that turned into like her own standalone artist. At least I think that's how it went about. But called Skylar Gray, and she used to do a lot of writing for other bigger artists, and then she was singing her own on her own stuff, and she has a really good voice, so yeah. I did check out the what was it called? Give In To Me by Michael Jackson, and then I think that there was also Slash that was in there too. I really liked the melody of it, the guitar melody in there. I was listening to it before the show started. Let's see, let's throw in some more of these shadows here. And then I had a hard time finding this is why I keep them on sticky notes, because I have a hard time remembering. The Flying Beagle album by Himiko Kikuchi. I had a hard time finding it, but I did find one song on there that I did check out. It's also very groovy, very like, it reminds me of like electro swing. So yeah. I was definitely getting, I was painting some of the bushes in the background and the trees, and I was like, this is nice. I can do a lot of work to this. Some music is just very focusing, so. Yeah, they made me big mad too. I was like, why do you have to open your mouth and not be singing? Like, you don't understand what some of us are going through when you're at that you know, point in society, and you know, the caste system. Just like, you don't get it, man. You don't know what it's like for the rest of us. You have become the American idiot that you spoke of. And some shadows in here. Yeah, they have some pretty popular songs. They got like Boulevard of Broken Dreams and like I said, American Idiot, and then Basket Case, Jesus of Suburbia. I'm trying to think of other ones. Those are the ones that I can think of off the top of my head. That's all good. I have a playlist called Groovin' that is a lot of songs from like the 70s, 80s, some 90s too. I got some like Blue Oyster Cult, Steve Miller Band. I have it pulled up because I'm terrible with names again. Three Dog Night, Steely Dan. I have some Electric Light Orchestra, of course, because Wolf really likes ELO. Toto. I saw Journey and Toto in concert like 2 years ago. I can't remember when they were in Portland, but they were really good. I also saw Three Dog Night with my grandma. I was like the youngest person in the crowd, but it was still good. It was still good, so I had a good time. Oh, what? That's cool. Yeah, I like Burning for You and Godzilla. Godzilla was the first song that I ever heard by them. I was like, this is cool. I like this. It's very like grab the fence and, you know, headbang too, but yeah. And then I was at a drive-in movie theater, and we were about to start watching one of the newer Godzilla movies, and they played that, and I was like, this is so cool. And I think it was also somebody did a cover of that for the ending credits too. But I still think that the Blue Oyster Cult did it better. The original. This tree is behind this one here, so I'm not gonna overlap that texture. Oh, okay. It seems I did that on the same... I don't know why I did that. That was silly of me. Wow. Well. It seems I'm going to have to separate those two eventually. Most unfortunate predicament. Just trying to say two different things at the same time. And a spot here too. Being very particular there. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Well, you know, I shouldn't be shocked, honestly. Like, I think that's part of the lifestyle. You know, if you're on tour, you know, for that long, and, you know, you're exhausted, and it's, I don't know, everybody around you is doing that. Like, I don't know, I don't condone it, but I don't know, I can't say I'm surprised either. Oh yeah, Kansas is nice, yeah. I have my Wayward Son in a playlist that's all about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's very pro USA. It's very very freedom oriented. And also just like, I don't know, grit, hard work. Sometimes it doubles as like a workout playlist too, so. Oh yeah. Did you have on there, oh gosh, what's it called? What is it called? Oh gosh, is it in there? Summer Breeze, Seals and Crofts. I don't know, I've always, whenever I hear that song, like I want to, you know, pull out like a pre-roll or, you know, my pen or something. It's very laid back and relaxed. I do engage in the devil's lettuce sometimes. Not all of the time, but everything in moderation, I think. And I've done enough hard work and production, and, you know, if it's been a long day at work, same thing with drinking. It's, you know, if you start to, I don't know, if you start to prioritize like your relationships over, like if you start to prioritize that over your relationships, and you're like lying about it and hiding it, and, you know, I don't know, like you're trying to keep it a secret or something, right? Like I think that's at that point, like there might be a little bit of an issue, but there's also medicinal value to it. But I do not have my medicinal card for that. It's a little bit of a red hue in there. Okay, I'm gonna go in here and grab this darker color. Kind of put these textures back in. This is one of those newer songs. Oh, gotcha. That's the vibe of that playlist, I see. Yeah, with some people it's like, I don't know, they, in my case I'm a featherweight, so I really, like, it doesn't take me much to get me to that intoxicated point, but I've heard of people getting blackout before, and like, they don't know like what happened to them, where they got, you know, to the place that they woke up in, and I don't know, that's part of why, like, I don't know, I start getting a little nauseous after a while too, so part of that's kind of like there's a limit, and a realization of like, if I go too far, I might very, very much regret it. And I've had too much of the marijuana before, and I don't like how like out of control I feel in doing like oil or concentrates or wax. I have my pen, and that's as concentrated as I will get, because it's more controlled in that way. But I don't know, I can't control like my thought pattern or like what I'm doing. I get frustrated, actually. Like I'll start to want to, you know, make an art piece or, you know, write a song, and I can't figure out how to do what I'm doing here, or, you know, how to remember how to play my ukulele over here either, you know, like how to form an A minor, an F, G, C, you know, and keep that pattern, because I've gone and done too much. So again, everything in moderation. That is what my parents have taught me, what I've seen just growing up. In reality, that seems to be a universal truth. I think I'm going to retire this song. There's certain notes that just kind of throw me off a little bit, but yeah. Was it difficult to get the card, Elvin? Because I looked into it very briefly, but I didn't go the full, like, through all the hoops to get it. But because I have Crohn's disease, but it's not bad enough to like have a medical marijuana card. But that's again like the extent that I had looked into it. Oh goodness, I've had shrooms maybe like once or twice, and I was just uncontrollably laughing, and my mom, I ended up waking up my mom and she had walked out into the hallway and saw that I was just laughing about nothing, and I felt so embarrassed. I was like, I'm not going to do this again. I was in front of my dog and he had done something. I can't remember what it was, but it was just the most hilarious thing. I don't know, maybe he farted or something and it was funny. It's just my most obvious, like, what could have happened. There are so many blues and greens and purples in my color history here. It's actually really pretty. Throwing in some textures, and then I'm also going to do some very light placement of some shadows. Just kind of get that edge of color there a little lessened. Hello, Kit Kat. Welcome, welcome. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know if it's easier or difficult or around the same in Oregon. So I don't know. I would imagine it would have been easier, but you know, with the marijuana laws that we've got here. But I don't know. I'll have to look into it again probably. Oh yes, I know about They Don't Care About Us. I watched the music video for it. It was very intriguing. Some of the language and the symbols and different, you know, the messages that they have in there. A little bit of a different hue right here. It's like more green than I intended. Kind of fading this into the bushes behind here. And then there's a little bit of a shadow between these two. And I also need to reapply some shadow to this path eventually. After I'm done adding the textures to these trunks. Yeah, I think that's exactly what that is, Elvin. The current doctor that I have is not exactly fond of the medical marijuana route. But I think eventually here soon I'm gonna be getting a new doctor. You know, moving to a new place. And with the gastrologists, they like to see people in person. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true with those two conflicting, because like probably don't look very good on paper together. And then maybe I don't go that route then, because I don't really use it for like medical purposes anyway. So it's very much recreational. Oh, really? Oh my goodness. So then it's like, it's very much just, you know, whoever. My goodness. Oh, wow. Yeah, see, there's, you know, if you open up the market like that, you know, it's gonna get flooded. I don't think I've heard those, Yoshi. I suppose if I'm in the mood for some Michael Jackson, I'll have to give those a listen. Just throw in some more shadows and texture. Just getting that ready. Hello, James. Welcome on in. Oh yeah, that's a classic Mossad. Yeah. Yeah. That'll be a little tricky, a little interesting to handle if we get to that point. I just have my little BB gun that I've been getting used to shooting, so I did have a 22 that was purchased for me, but I haven't fired it or taken it out or anything, so I'm really just getting used to the feel of a 22 BB, you know, but you do what you can. So oh, I bet, you know, with those being, you know, those are his precious items. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of expecting and hoping for. No, it is not pink, it is black. It is black like my soul. No, I've been having fun taking it out into the garage. And, well, I guess the last 2 days that I was over at the house before I came over here to my parents' place to house sit for a little bit. But yeah, when I was over there, it was fun. It was fun just, you know, loading up some little BBs and shooting them off. I have to wear gloves though, because I don't know if the BB gun is like just really like sharp around the top part where I cock it, and it was scratching up my hand, so I wear gloves with it, so it makes it easier to shoot. So I cannot bare fist it. I'm not strong nor rugged like that. Oh yeah, sometimes like the soundtracks for movies, like they're very they really help build a scene. Like if you're looking to make like a certain dynamic pose. having that that scene and that soundtrack already going in the background, it's like it's very inspirational. It's very motivating. Exactly. Exactly, Masa. No fingerprints. For this to draw on, I'm using an XP pen 15.6 inch artist. I have a command that actually makes it easier. And then this is actually my older one of the tablet. Because when I move into the new studio, I am unboxing this guy. This is the same exact tablet, but it's just newer and less worn down. And then over here is a screen protector, so I'm going to put that on top of it so it will last longer than this one. Although my youngest brother thought that because he was looking at my tablet here while I was gone. He likes to scope out some potential hand-me-downs, which I'm totally fine with. Because this microphone is actually a hand-me-down from Wolf. So it used to be his microphone, as well as the interface too. But yeah, so he was looking at the tablet and he was thinking that there's a little bit of a seam here around the edges, that there might already be a screen protector on this one. And if that's the case, you know, when I give it to my youngest brother, because he does 3D modeling, he's really good at 3D modeling. He's also into firearms, so he makes his own sci-fi firearms in Blender, and he's been really excelling at it. I'm very proud of him for it. But when he gets this tablet, he's going to see if that is the case, that there is indeed already a screen protector on this. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. The reveal. Non-conclusive picture of something that could be Bigfoot. I'm planning on doing some hidden creatures and figures in this forest here, as well as in the starting page. So Bigfoot is a possibility. He could be in there. I just haven't put them in there yet. Kind of doing the initial forest first, and then I'll put in some creatures. Not entirely sure which kind of tree this is, but it exists. This tree is here. This is where its home is. Almost ready to start applying some leaves to these trees. Just putting in some little bits of some darker color. No need to actually extend this tree trunk out a little bit more. The tablet attached to your desktop, compad. Oh, awesome, Elvin. Yeah, that'll actually really help out if she's wanting to do digital artwork or any kind of work with the use of the pen instead of the mouse. I have a trackball mouse just because I don't like going back and forth across my desk. I like just using my little thumb. But yeah, the tablet is or the graphics display monitor, whatever they call them these days. It's just a big tablet. It really helps with the precision and the details. I've seen people use their mouse to make digital artwork before, and it's really impressive because that takes a lot of hard work, a lot of detail, precision work. So but yeah, I will definitely testify that the graphic pen displays are incredibly helpful in doing digital artwork. This used to be I used to have a Wacom bamboo, and then I eventually moved on to an Intuos by the same brand, and that was attached to my my old Dell Toshiba. It's not Dell Toshiba, whatever. It's a Toshiba satellite is what it was. And I would bring that to high school. I would use that all of the time until eventually it pooped out on me, and then I moved to a desktop instead. I have not seen the Bigfoot Hunter show. No, I imagine though they did. Yeah, they got a lot of people watching, but yeah, that's where that paycheck comes from. Is that audience, that view count? Probably the advertisers too, huh? Well, thank you, Danny. Yeah, we're working on this ending page that we're gonna be using in the future. So, with the new studio coming along, figured why not, have an illustrated rendition of the ending page. I was gonna have this one go out a little bit, but I'm gonna have it go this way. Have this go this direction. Ooh, gotcha. All right. Yeah, I when I was first starting out, the Wacom bamboo, it doesn't have a screen on it or anything. It's just a black pad that connects to whatever computer you're going to be using it on, and yeah, it just moves the cursor around the screen. It does take a little bit of hand-eye coordination getting used to, but once you've got it, you've got it. So Oh, is that another Bigfoot show, James? Is Finding Bigfoot? Yeah, I can do little Easter eggs and stuff. That's what I was planning on. In like the very background here in some of these trees back here. Like bushes. Somewhere around here. I'll put a little cryptid, little creepypasta figure of some sort. Oh yeah. That was my that was the second one that I had, was an N2O. Those are good. They're very travel friendly because of the size of them. And again, you know, when I was using that one, I was using my laptop, so you know, it's the perfect size for it. As well as when you're like just starting out too, because originally I had wanted and I'm so glad that I didn't get this because it's honestly too big and it would have been overwhelming and too much too soon. But I had originally wanted a 22-inch Wacom. I've heard it pronounced both ways, so I'm never sure how to pronounce it. But I had wanted one of those big, massive tablets, and I don't have the room for it. Even in here, in my new studio space, it's just too big. And so I'm very satisfied with the 15.6 inch one. So by XP Pen. That's why I have a second one. So. Wacom, yeah, I've heard it pronounced that way, and then like once or twice I heard somebody say Wacom, and I was like, how? It's like, I don't know. I'm questioning everything now. Oh my goodness! Wow, like they're just completely just devoid of any like details, any like. Any conclusion whatsoever. Yep, she'll get it eventually. It's also like how often are you using it and building that muscle memory? I can't emphasize enough how important like building the muscle memory is. The way that I have my hands set up on my keyboard here, I only am using like the control and the alt, the Z, the shift right here. I don't, I've trained my muscle memory to not do the control Z just because it's not as comfortable on my fingers. So it's like when you're first setting stuff up, like really get comfortable with like your keyboard shortcuts, the placement of, you know, where your tablet's at, because you're gonna be doing this for a while. You're gonna be sitting here and, you know, drawing for hours potentially. When I was younger in high school and middle school, I spent the entire weekend just drawing. I would be drawing during class time as well, but during times that I wasn't supposed to. But that's neither here nor there. But again, like you're in this position for hours, you might as well be, you know, comfortable and getting used to it in the very beginning parts of it. But good, excellent that, you know, we have another artist learning the digital craft, the digital medium. It's always very exciting. There's little buttons that I have on mine too. They're like little shortcut buttons, but on the N2O, they're, I think, if they haven't changed the design of it, it should be on the top section of it, like four or so buttons, like 2 on either side. Oh, gotcha. Okay, cool. What what software is she using? Is it like Photoshop or Krita? There's Fire Alpaca. I used to use Paint Tool Sci. That's there used to be a free version of Paint Tool Sci out there in the vast ethers of the internet. There used to be a cracked version. That's what I would use, but currently I use Clip Studio Paint. So just because there's like custom brushes and the placement of things, you can move them around wherever you want. Things stick together, nothing. Let's ask a local. One time I saw a tree shake and heard some noises. Oh my goodness. It's like, right, like, okay, cool. What happened? Nothing. Great job. Yeah, we'll be putting some Bigfoot here in the background somewhere. Yeah, like at that point, like you might as well just like pay somebody to be wearing the suit, and you know that would be more convincing than, you know, like trying to find actual evidence of it. At least, you know, humorous a little bit, right? Oh, gotcha. Okay, I used to have CS4 when I was first starting out, and I made some good pieces with it. Like you can do a lot. But I look forward to seeing her artwork whenever she's ready to share. So no pressure whatsoever. I know that there can be some. Looking at this tree trunk here, making sure this doesn't look too shaded. Just a little bit more. Okay, I'm going to get myself some more water because I'm running out of water. The well is running dry. But after I get back, I'm going to apply some leaves to these trees. And I'm also going to separate out this top one up here, because unfortunately it's on the same layer as the rest of these. And it's not supposed to be. I done goofed right there, but I'm gonna get some water. Hold on a second, let me catch up with chat before I do that. So before they really went hard on cloud and other things like that. Right, yeah. It's very simplified. It's like it's less overwhelming, actually. So I think that's a good route to go. Oh my gosh, they can't even do the bare minimum of just like, you know, ooh, big scary. It's just no, just nothing happens. Oh my goodness, like it's just anticlimactic and just hypes people up, only to let them down later on. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna actually let me make a little BRB note just in case. Leave you guys here to chill out with some tunes while I'm getting some water. Hopefully that looks like water and not a shot glass. It's not that kind of stream. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, guys. My dog is in here. He might want to say hi. Boomy. I don't know if you guys can see him or not. He's down here. Boomer. 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 This is Boomer. This is my black Chesapeake Bay Retriever. Shrimp mouth. You got shrimp mouth. He sheds a lot, so I'm gonna have to wash my hands. Oh babies. Be careful. Careful, you old man. So yes, that's Boomer. So yes. Okay, I gotta go wash my hands now. Did you smell? One more second, guys, sorry. Okay. It's like following me around the house. Like, I want more pets. Get more pets. What in the world, really, James? They have a map that shows both of those. Is there a correlation? Are they usually found around the same area? I think that is a logical statement. I think that answer is reasonable, but I don't know. I would imagine that they are assuming that risk. If that is an animal that is, usually hunted, you assume this risk during certain parts of the year in certain areas. We do have deer that in my parents' town here that they'll use the sidewalks and the crosswalks, and they will wait for a clearing in the cars, and people they obviously don't want their cars being ruined, so they'll go and they'll wait for the deer to cross the intersection and stuff. It's really interesting to watch. It's like, they're acting like people, understanding human society and the rules of it. But I imagine that the same amenities of civilization would not apply to the deer people. I don't know. I think that would be they must realize that, perhaps. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I need to put in the leaves here for these trees. They're looking scraggly, and they are barren. Barren and depressing. These are gonna be a little more saturated than these trees here. They're growing. They're mutating. Right? Oh my gosh. I think my parents were on a Boeing. I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna move from, let's see, from this farthest point to the closer point here, by the side of the house. Okay, let's start by actually making this branch a little bit longer. Because it's a good thing that me and my younger brother went to my grandpa's house today, and we're sawing off parts of the peach tree that he's got back there, because it's a good warm up for drawing trees later on. Okay, this go downwards a little bit more. I think I'm gonna get rid of part of this. I don't want it to be so condensed up here. And lead that back into itself. Thinning this up just a little bit. Kind of creates its own node. I used to be on Twitch, Dark Knight. But I use YouTube more often, so I'm more familiar and comfortable with the platform. So that's why I switched on over. I used to have like my emotes and sub badges on over on Twitch. But I am slowly working myself back up to that milestone to get the memberships back up. But other than that, it's, you know, roughly the same show from back then, you know, just me making my artwork. I think actually before I put on the leaves here, I need to work on this end of the trunk. Flipping it back and forth. This is gonna go up over. I think this tree just looks really weird with this shape going downward. I'm gonna reshape this a little bit. And these bushes need to be retextured a little bit. I'm noticing little things that I've missed. It's one of those newer songs. Indeed you were, James. Yes. Yes, you were. And I do appreciate seeing you here on YouTube, as well as any other of my old Twitch audience that has migrated on over to YouTube. I do appreciate you guys a lot. Oh, you think it's drying? What, like the paint, the digital paint? Yes, I need to hurry it up, don't I? Oh, great. I'm glad that the atmosphere and the environment is engaging and the feedback's good. I'm just kind of fluffing up these bushes a little bit. I start them off as just little blobs of color, completely zoomed out, just to get the basics of where I'm going to be putting things, and then I just work from the background all the way up to the front, just adding those shadows and those highlights to it. But remember always to think of it very simplified. Don't overcomplicate it. Everything starts off with just basic shapes and very simple lines. Watching the joy of painting with Bob Ross, it really puts things into perspective. Looking at something from like an oil painting and then adapting those techniques into a digital landscape, because there's only so many tools that you have when you're doing like an acrylic painting or an oil painting or like a paper pencil sketch, right? You have a piece of paper and you have a pencil and an eraser, and all of the skill that comes from that, the talent that comes from from developing that skill, is your own, because it's just a paper and a pencil. The moment that you are adding more and more tools to that by, I picked this up without taking a drink of my water, but the moment that you add more tools to it, to the mix, there might be a feeling of being overwhelmed by the possibilities of what you can make, and how to use those tools. I struggle with that a lot because there's so many custom brushes that you can put into this program that I'm using. That for a little bit I was like, okay, I'm only going to be using this design pencil because that's just what I'm comfortable with using. But developing the skill of just drawing something with paper and pencil, it translates really well when you adapt it into the digital landscape. So when I'm watching Joy of Painting with Bob Ross and I'm learning how he paints trees, that's exactly how I go and I paint these trees here in my background. So same thing with these bushes here, just fluffing them up a little bit. And he just starts out with like a basic, fluffy circle, and then just adds those shadows and the highlights to that base color, and it becomes a bush. And it really is, it's really the most magical, hypnotizing thing sometimes. So So I never discount the traditional mediums and the knowledge and skill that they offer, and trying those out. So it's another reason why I really enjoy making like the acrylic paintings. You know, it really breaks it back down to the bare bones of just having a canvas and you know, playing around with colors, you know, and building up that understanding of shape, value, the positioning of certain objects and pieces on a canvas, so that the eye travels from one corner to the other. They have this golden ratio that cats tend to do very, very well, as well as plant life and ocean life, like the nautilus shell. It's a perfect example of that. Oh my gosh, yeah, that was so long ago, James. And I was so nervous. Like, don't get me wrong, sometimes I still get nervous for doing these shows, but it's definitely calmed down. But oh my gosh, my very first stream on Twitch, I was shaking, I was sweating. Like, you guys remember like the plastic glove era? Yeah, I used to wear a plastic glove underneath my fabric gloves here, because I would just be so nervous and so anxious that I was sweating a lot. So thankfully it's calmed down. It's just more of a chill environment. Thank you, my fireplace over there, and the birds, and the lovely audience. So yeah. Oh, dying. Oh no. Well, that's why I'm adding trees and plant life to it, so it doesn't seem so dead. My goodness, look at how dead this looks. That's why. It looks so, I don't know. This looks spooky. This is that spooky season that Masai was talking about. This is that spookiness, the Halloween. This looks more alive. This is more calming. I don't know. This is more calming to me. There's more green. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's a good way to put the detail in there without so much time being taken up by it. It's a nice little technique, a hack, a cheat code. I don't know what you would call it, but that's, you know, that's what you gotta do sometimes. Let's see. I'm back on track of where I was at. I think this needs a little bit more shadow in here. I'm gonna get to these upper leaves in just a moment. But before I move on to them, I always do this little once over of like, is there anything else that I need to add to this? I want to move on too quickly. Like here, there's a little root system that could be developed here, and I see I need to extend this path, or I can just cover it up with that. Do that instead. Could be some more shadows back in here, considering that I just added some more leaves over here. I probably should do that. So again, just layering each one of these colors above the other in the direction that your light's coming from. Oh, I'm doing this on the wrong layer. That's the other part of digital artwork. Making sure that you are on the right layer. I don't think I'll ever live that down. Get that pattern out of my system. Just throwing in some more shadows in here. Kind of separating out this tree. Don't really need it much right over here. More so on this side. I think I did say I was going to add some flowers in here at some point. I do recall saying that. I've got plenty of time. Okay, I'm gonna do the leaves up here. I have this dark green loaded up. But I want to try out a different color, maybe like a little bit more green, or maybe like a red orange-ish color, like it's becoming fall. I don't know. Again, like I'm just gonna play around with some colors and see what looks good and what doesn't. Okay, I'm gonna make sure there's nothing on this layer. Okay, that needs to be a little bit of a different color from the rest. And actually, I think I need to go into this tree. I'll make a copy of this and paste it. And with a transparent airbrush, I'm gonna go over every other tree except for the one that I'm wanting to change. And I'm adjusting the saturation and the contrast of it, because it's gonna end up blending in too much with the trees that I'm gonna be painting. So like here I have it by itself, like that. With it being the layer that's above, when I go to change this and lower the contrast, there now it just looks like I'm only changing just this one. And what it's also doing is, by lowering the contrast, it's pushing it into the same level, the same layer, more so as the rest of the trees that it's on. the closer that something is getting to you into that foreground, being like viewing this illustration from this point of view, the closer it's getting, the more it's gonna have that contrast. The more it's gonna have its own original color. It's not fading into that background like the trees on the right here are. She wants to know what the thing on the left is going to be. It is going to be a house. It's going to be a house. The outside of the house that we are currently in, or log cabin, whatever the heck this inside of this building is. This floor and the wall, this TV that we're looking at. So, yeah. Yes, it is definitely drying, Frosty. My digital paint is definitely drying. Let's see. Just adjusting that a little bit. See how that kind of pushes it back into the background. So let's just merge those in. Actually, here is that sketch of it. Did a little sketch of this beforehand, and then just added colors on underneath it. And then when I take away the sketch, it looks like it's just a bunch of colors. So yeah. So anyway, let me apply that back on. So when I do my my ending page, like this one, I have my cat and the little brick wall there on the left. So that is what is sketched right there. So when I go to apply some shadows and highlights, maybe some very light line work to it, it'll look more like the side of a house. Because the idea is that when I'm ending my my show, it's kind of like leaving the inside of this house and, you know, finding another YouTube channel or another streamer on a different platform, or wherever you may go on the online ethos that we've got here on the internet. So yeah. And then the beginning page is like the path towards the house. So it's kind of like I don't know, it's an interesting little visual that I don't know, had a plan for. But I'm also just kind of enjoying this landscape that I've got. Just having fun with it and discovering new techniques and different patterns and stuff. Okay, going over to, let's see, where did that canopy go? Let's see how this darker green is gonna work out. I'm gonna make that a different color. I'm gonna make that, I'm gonna try for like a really dark red. Not super dark, but like it's just gone from green to, you know, it's like a fall season orangish red. Something that's actually somewhat across the color wheel from it. Red in there. So again, in this very initial color blocking of where different segments of the leaves are going to be. It's just very, very basic shapes and blotches of color. And I do this on 2 different layers. This is the lower canopy part of it, and then I do a layer on top of it. So it looks more dimensional that way. Probably leave a little bit out right there. It's also important to flip your canvas left to right or horizontally. Good to reset the perspective every now and then. I'm gonna add a little bit more of this orangish red to the top here, because I am gonna have this branch on the rightmost side that's overlapping it. I might have that be like a yellow. This one that's on the right. The paint is drying. The paint is drying. I must hurry. Okay. Let's go and throw on that first layer of the canopy. Make sure I'm on the right layer. I have a setting on this brush that randomizes the hue. So not every single brush stroke has the same red or orange color to it. It kind of breaks up the blockiness of it. But in order to recreate that kind of a setting in a program that doesn't have that ability, I would use the eyedropper and just kind of randomize 3 or 4 different colors, set them aside, and then just bounce back and forth from them. It is a little bit tedious, but for that look of it, it is probably a good workaround. When I was using Paint Tool Sai, that's what I did a lot of the times. Kind of opening this up a little bit so we can see underneath. Okay. Now I'm going to add in some of these shadows. I'm gonna lock this layer just for a second so I don't end up losing any of the opacity. This word's left to go. What would it be? I mean, honestly, I would love to go home to Wolf right now. Now in Southern Oregon. But I have to wait. I have to wait a whole week. So it's okay. But besides that, because that's kind of an obvious duh right now, but I would love to go to Japan. It's been on my bucket list for a while to visit there. I've been to the Portland Japanese Gardens. I thought those were absolutely amazing. They have some Japanese traditional buildings there, and they will sometimes do displays of different like tea ceremonies. And it's absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, so I'd really like to go there and experience like a festival, or just, you know, something that's I don't know, touristy but like still traditional in Japanese history. So that was my favorite part of Epcot when me and my family were over there in Florida. But yeah, I really enjoyed that area the most. They had a little section inside of the Japan area where they have a showcase of everything anime, and inside this anime section there's a corner for Vocaloid stuff, and I took a picture of it and I was all like, yay. Started like geeking out over it. But yeah, I really like there was a video that popped up on my YouTube Shorts feed that showcased traditional Japanese archery, and their movements and the uniforms, the bows and the arrows, like everything is so intricate and detailed, and it's very beautiful to watch. So to see something like that would be really cool. I know they have since me and one of my younger brothers went and did this today. I was telling him about it. They have places in Japan that have conveyor belt sushi that is like, they have kinds that are on like actual boats and they'll float to you, and then there's other ones where it's like a race car and it races over to you, and it's there's like prizes that you can get from getting like certain plates, and I don't know, it is its own obviously it's its own culture, but it seems fun. It seems fun, and its own like preserved space. I like that a lot too. The other thing that I can think of that I would want to experience in Japan is Nara Park, the deer park that they have there. I've seen too many videos of these people having deer bow to them to get these little crackers, and they do a little bow with the. It's so adorable. I have to do it. I have to try this. I just love it so much. And I have deer that walk around my town that, like, they use the sidewalk, they use the crosswalk. You know, like, obviously there are different types of deer, but I still think that would be so cool to experience. So yeah. Frosty, I hope that you are not dying in the bathroom. Think about Egypt. Ooh, yeah. See the pyramids. There's some interesting things about the pyramids, about like the frequencies and like ley lines and different like magnetic fields. it gets weird. Like, I very briefly like was starting to like go down the rabbit hole with it, but like magnetic fields form differently around the pyramid. It's very strange. It's very, yeah. I could go into a whole deep dive about it if I really wanted to, but alas, I do. This is my art show. Maybe someday I'll do a separate thing. It's I think it's an island. I think it's an island, Elvin. I've seen videos of people going over there and feeding them. I think I'm going to do the shading of this tree on a multiply layer because there are some different reds and oranges and yellows here that I don't want to end up losing. Let's try that. But yeah, they have those little cafes too with the cats, and I think they have like guinea pigs too. I wonder though sometimes like if they're like if the animals are happy doing that. Like at least with the Nara Park, like they're outside. I know there's a fox park too. A little fox park. But that might be fun. I had a sudden craving for water. I think that's probably a sign that I might be dehydrated. Okay, so I've got some basis of some shadows and some layers here for the leaves. There is a bottom section here. Okay. The hieroglyphs and the advanced cities. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of like hidden cities and temples and stuff that like not a lot of people have seen. Different like petroglyphs and things like that. Hello, Saya. Is that how you pronounce it? Saya? Hope I was pronouncing that right. Oh, some of the sarcophagi are like immaculate. Like the design on them, right? It's just like the tombs. Like there were deliberate meanings like for each of like the little pots and the preserves inside of them. it's very interesting to read about the like what each one of them was meaning, like going into the afterlife. It is a very beautiful culture, Frosty. I want to put the leaves into this tree, but I'm trying to layer this in the proper way. And I also think I need to lower the... I don't think I can do two of these at the same time. I think I need to do them separately to change the contrast a bit. Oops. Tonal correction. Okay, I just adjusted those colors a little bit. I'm wondering if this tree should be the same color or not. I think I'm also gonna put a filter over this orange tree because I feel like it's distractingly orange. Like there's something, because the green in the trees back here is actually very much a blue color on the color wheel. And in fact, like the green back here is actually, these are all blue. Every single one of these is either blue or it's just like a shade of purple. This is really the only like green-esque part, and even then it's cyan on the color wheel. So nothing is actually like broken into the green section here, except for this path. This path is very tan, and this is yellow. So it really is like the amount of contrast and saturation. So I'm gonna put a filter over this. See how that looks. Okay, that made it a little easier on the eyes. At least in my opinion. That sounds like a good plan, Yoshi. Good bucket list. Hotel pools? Ooh, okay. Let me see. I have a little list going on here for today's stream, things that I should look up. memory is very, very bad, so I have my sticky notes. You know, I think that's a good good interest to have, Yoshi, is just history in general. I think a lot of people, they end up repeating the same things over and over again by not looking into, you know, either their own history or the history from the past, and seeing different patterns and appreciating things as well, of like how they were done long ago, and the improvements that we've made to things like, you know, just very basic technology, you know, the wheel, you know, and different like types of pots, and like clay, like pottery. Like, I don't know, you can learn a lot if you look into the history of things. Okay, so this tree, I'm satisfied with that color. Again, I think I'm gonna go for like a more of a yellowish green. I'm hoping that by having this filter, this it's just another filter with a hue mode on it, and it's been brought down to 27% opacity, so it's pretty transparent. I just go and I make my own filter to get that color. Thank you, Jonathan. It's coming along slowly but surely. There's faster ways to go about it, but I'm leisurely doing this. It's very much therapy. Let's add a yellow-green tree to this mix here. And this was going to go above the orange-red tree, but I kind of want to put it behind it instead. And with this not being part of the filter, because I'm not putting it on the same layer, it's gonna look like a very, very green here. And I'm just getting this initial placement of this color, and I'll merge it with the orange, and then it will transform into a different color very quickly. Making sure to zoom my canvas out. Have a little offshoot right there. Maybe a little one down there too. Okay. Let's go to add that in. So there it lost a little bit of the contrast and some brightness, but it, again, is not so drastically different of a green that it fades into the scene a little better. So I'm just going to do the exact same thing at the top part of this tree, making that color a little bit lighter. Actually, this is going to be... I did that too soon. That's why we love the undo button. That's why erasers and the undo button exist, because it is okay to make mistakes. I need both of these. How am I gonna do this? And when these mistakes are made, working with them and adapting your method is always important. Okay, so I am going to take this branch away right here so that this tree is by itself. I'm going to select it. My very, very bright neon selection tool here. Invert that selection so that everything else is on the outside. Because I'm going to shove this tree behind this orange one. This set of a trunk. There we go. Now it's doing what I want it to. It's got that nice little layering effect there. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna make a folder here for some of these trees. So they're all on in the same folder. I can make them disappear and make them reappear with a single click. And it's just easier to manage and to organize that way. Alrighty, Elvin, you have a good rest of the night. Be sure to rest up and take care. Hope to see you guys back again soon. Oh heck yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Get those things done before the body becomes too old to take on traveling. My grandpa is at that point that he's a little too old to travel comfortably, and it means that he's probably not going to be able to attend me and Wolf's wedding. So definitely do stuff while you're young and while you're able to. So because I'm 27, people tell me, oh yes, you're still young, and like I totally acknowledge that 27 is still very much young. But I do have some lower back problems, and I do have some knee aches that come about. I have Crohn's disease, and sometimes I have flare-ups. So the older that you get, the more things start to hurt and to ache and and develop. But yes, I have my own little bucket list of my own, but Here's to someday getting them all sorted out and checked off. I will cheers with water because I'm probably dehydrated. This is one of those newer songs. Getting set up with some more multiply layers here. Actually, I don't think I need the multiply layers for this color. Some of these newer songs, like I was listening to them while I was working on this before for the show. And, like, some of them are just really, I don't know, they slap in a still, like, relaxing and calming way. What, James? What? Which one? Which one? Because my my coworkers will sometimes put on pop songs that have been made into Minecraft parody songs before, and I'll start singing the parody versions instead. I must know what in the world is going on. I feel this might be a little too dark. Okay. Let me show you my wares, kind of a guy. My fancy rocks. Ancient invisible relic dino mech things that are nocturnal. Okay, I'm trying to wrap my head around those. I'm getting a little hungry. I can feel my stomach rumbling. I'm trying to calm it with some water. Every kid thinks they are tough until they have to run from them. And Eidolon. Always remember. Don't. It's been so long since I heard that. Like, I remember the My Little Pony animation, the fan animation for that, which is very impressive. Like, don't get me wrong, but oh man, those are some cherished moments in time. Just locked in the early 2010s, 2010s, like part of me misses it, part of me doesn't. I'm just happy that we lived through that and now we are here. But very, very creative stuff. Oh, absolutely, James, absolutely. I saw somebody did a fan cosplay like movie trailer sort of thing. It was with Darth Maul and Darth Talon, and I thought that it was official. I thought that it was like, you know, official Star Wars content, but it was made by fans, and it looks like it was gonna, you know, be like the video game that we were, you know, supposed to be getting. But it's very impressive, very, very cool. How so, Yoshi? What is happening? Is it the amount of time that has passed since the early 2010s and the Minecraft parodies? One of my coworkers was playing Dynamite by I can't remember the artist's name, but you know the song that I'm talking about. Like it's dynamite. Now I'm gonna get a copyright claim. but that song, and I started singing TNT instead, and they were like, "What are you singing? What are you?" One of my coworkers who was of the Gen Z, younger of the Gen Z. I'm an old Gen Z, barely that. But they started singing along with me, and I was like, "Hey, you know that? I thought that you were too young to know that." But yeah. I'm just adding in some of these shadows in here. Give me 1 second, folks. Okay. It was just one of my younger brothers came home from work and is letting us know he's gonna work a double, so just letting him know don't overdo it. But you know, he's working hard. I'm gonna be 20 next year. Like, what the heck? Time's flying. Oh my gosh, I know, right? Like, that's how I feel about in 3 years I'm gonna be 30. Like. you know, like that's nuts. It's just, I kind of just like, I'm like, wow, I want to do smart therapy now. Swapping out the gloves. This is my escapism. Just like, no, I'm not getting old. This is, I'm just gonna keep doing my art and stay young forever. Some of my coworkers over the years have always had like, they've had guesses about how old I am, because I've been told I don't look like I'm 27, but I definitely feel like I am. And sometimes I feel like I'm older with my body falling apart. It's not really, but it's like when I have back pain or like my Crohn's is having a flare up, I'm like, I'm falling apart. But at this point now, I've just begun telling people that I'm a 300-year-old vampire. And that seems to be entertaining, at least. So Christmas or New Year's Eve of 2020, and now it's August. All right, like it just went by like that. I can't believe that we're already in August. So like the year is over halfway done. It's gone. The time is gone. But I don't know, I look at that and I'm just like, what all have we done with that time, right? Like that's why I always want to thank you guys for spending your time here, because time is valuable. You could be anywhere doing anything right now, but you choose to be here and watching the artwork and the digital paint dry. So I do appreciate that. Kind of creating a little bit of a more tree-like shape there. And that sushi that I had earlier after leaving my grandpa's place, I could really go for some more of that. At the time I wasn't hungry enough, but now I'm starting to get there. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there soon, James. Yeah. I'm ready for my inevitable level ups. I was explaining it to one of my coworkers, like it really, you know, once you've gone from 20 to 21, you're able to, you know, to enter bars and, you know, buy, you know, marijuana or, you know, or alcohol, you know, it's a leveling up thing. And then I believe it's either, I think it's 23, 25 that you can like rent a car, and then at 27 or 26, either 26 or 27, I think for Oregon it was 26. Once you reach that age, then you are no longer on your parents' health insurance, so that's the cutoff age for that. So it's just over time gaining more and more personal responsibility and taking care of things, becoming an adult. Nobody expects you to know things, everything, right off of the bat. We all are on this learning journey together. Okay, making that tree a little more formatted for this filter, this hue. I'm actually gonna do that the rest of this tree here. So I can actually add a little bit more a different color in here. Oh no! Oh no! Your body is on the fast track to the age. You're getting the peppered look in the hair. I think that's what it's called. That was my younger brother letting me know that I could open up my window if I wanted it to be a little cooler in here. It's our natural AC of the cool night air. I do hope you guys are having a good night or a good morning, whichever it may be for you, or afternoon or evening. I know we've got people all around the world. Kind of making this illusion that it's wrapping around. Just applying very little pressure here. Kind of letting it blend into itself. I'm gonna add some more darker green tones here. Kind of giving a little peekaboo here into the other lower branches. I was gonna go over there, but I've since decided against it. Okay, I'm gonna add a little bit more depth to this tree here. Kind of reestablishing the canopy line for this tree. Certain parts of it are kind of messy. Like right there. Right there is not doing it for me. It's a little bit too light there. Throwing in some more of a highlight here. Sorry, I'm not talking too much right now. I'm a little focused, and I'm also getting kind of hungry. So I'm trying to distract myself a little bit with just doing drawing. I can make it to midnight, and I'm either gonna go over to one of the fast food places that's open still, or I'm gonna either make myself some food. Gonna poof this up a little bit. Make sure I'm on the right layer. I am. Indeed, I'm going strong. I'm getting kind of hungry though, so it's a little motivator for me. I must maintain my momentum. Stream till midnight. My routine, my schedule. Yes, me too, Yoshi. Those are some good years. I was in middle school and early high school. I was just discovering Johnny the Homicidal Maniac and My Little Pony. How how to draw anime and different humanoid figures. This is gonna end up being a very fluffy looking tree if I'm not careful. Thank you, Sun Honey. If you want to check out any of my artwork in a bigger scale version, you can always check out the gallery, the little portfolio I've got. It's not really much of a concentrated portfolio, more just like a general gallery of things that I've finished. I very much want to put on the other tree colors. It's gonna go behind. So again, I'm gonna take my selection tool and grab this tree. And it will be underneath this main orange-red one. Let's make this one more of a cooler toned version of this color. Just grabbing these colors. Because this is not the exact shape, I don't want to copy paste it, because when you copy paste nature and landscape, it looks really obvious that you copy pasted. I just want the colors. Let's see. I'm gonna start this one. Oof, I need some fluffing up right there. Still want some of this tree behind here to be visible. Okay, there's a lot of initial trunk being shown there. Let me fill this in. Take a little bit away here. A little bit away there. And we'll go above it. There's that color. This one. Okay, another tree going on there. I kind of want to put a branch here. Let's throw in a branch. A little bit too dark. I wonder about adding other branches. That would draw the eye in a little bit more. Like a little bit lighter. Thrown in some little, somewhat random branches in here, kind of trying to figure out in what direction these are going in. can do anything much with that tree that's behind. Actually, no, I can. I can. Oh, well, good. Good. I'm slowly building up this little forest. Slowly but surely, we make progress. I think good progress has been made. So, but good that YouTube has commanded you to watch. I do appreciate your time. Let's see, I am working on this tree right here, this lighter green one. I have a little bit more of this under canopy to do. And this separates it from the rest of the layers. Oh, these are going to be above the branches, I see. Okay, well, in that case, I will just erase some of these branches. So it looks like they are poking out from underneath that part of the tree. And that's how I shall do that. Okay, let's see. Underneath. And here. Let's be a little bit more of this darker green. I'm going to start doing some shades. Shadow work here, just very lightly pressing on the canvas. Hardly any pressure at all. There's going to be a layer down here, and there is a layer that forms here. And let's see, there's one over here as well. About a half an hour left in the show for tonight. I think I am going to open up that window. It's getting a little stuffy in here. One moment. It probably doesn't help that I'm wearing a jacket, so. Oops, I need to put on these guys. make sure I had my mic turned on again. Last time I went to open up the, I think it was the last time I went to open up the window. I can't remember what I was doing, but I had forgotten to unmute myself. Okay, I'm gonna put in the other tree colors here. I'm gonna make this different. This needs to go into the background a little more. Don't need that anymore. Oops. Okay, let's change this. Contrast. Okay, that pushed it back a little bit, but it needs a little bit more of a hue shift too. Doing the same thing really fast to the other one. Okay. Putting a slightly purple filter over this tree. I have to clip it though. Need to make it darker too. I'm kind of messing around with these colors. Hello, old Joe. Thank you, Yoshi. Again, any time that you spend here, I do appreciate. It's one thing I'm trying to get my watch hours in, but also I also just still appreciate you guys as a community too. Your time is valuable, and your attention is also valuable too. He keeps stealing everybody's ice cream, okay? Like, this is why we can't have nice things. This is why we can't have nice ice cream. Wrong setting for that. Messing around with these colors until they look a little more pleasing to the eye. Okay, let's see. For these other trees, make it this lighter color here. Branches 1, because this is another set of trees that is closer to us. With that, actually, I'm going to separate these. It doesn't look like I did anything, but I just erased that tree trunk right there. So now it's its own standalone piece. Just setting up the initial shape of this tree. There isn't a branch that's going over here, but it makes sense for it to go in this direction. And these branches belong to the tree that's tucked behind the house here. So there, I've just separated those two. And move that above. We'll have to get a new box of ice cream to make up for old Joe eating all of it. Thank you, Garbo. You are a legend. These are the consequences of your actions. How many times do we have to keep telling you, old man? How many times? Oh, goodness. Let's get this upper canopy here. I have not been layering. I have not been labeling my layers. I've been layering this whole time. But I have not been labeling them like a silly goose. Dang, this forest is looking pretty dense now. Goodness me. I'm trying not to get overwhelmed by the layers. I have to do some blurring of some of those trees in the very back to kind of push things forward. But I'll get to that eventually when I get to it. It's just part of the process of it. Very much like how I did that with the painting of my my pink purple haired character Vivian in her hammock by the lakeside. It's really crazy what shadows and highlights those values and the desaturation and adjusting of the contrast. If you add that with some blurring effects, you can really make a piece look like it is just going for miles. It's kind of the same basic concept with the painting that I did last weekend. That the darker that something is, is getting in that kind of a piece, the deeper it looks like it's diving into. So the purple tunnel, I don't know what else to call it besides the purple tunnel painting, very much relies on the values. overdo it with this tree, but I just like this color a lot. We'll go back to the underside of the tree. Put on some other little values, little greens in there. Kind of separate it out. Give it some more depth. Eventually I'll go in and fluff it up a little bit like I did with the orange, yellow, red tree. There's some yellows and tans in there. I still have to do some cleaning up, but I'll get to that when I get to it. This is very much just getting lost in this canvas and, you know, lost in these woods too. Okay, let's see what color to make this last one back here. I think I'll do actually before I move over to that, I'm gonna adjust the one that I just did. Make it just pop a little bit more. I'm gonna hide that tree just for a second so I can really see what's going on here. Part of me wants to hide this underneath it. Like that. I think that looks better. Let's do another one of these ones. And that'll pull the eye in a little bit. Filling this in a little bit here because this is a somewhat bigger tree. He's pleased. He's quite pleased with the outcome of his actions. He will learn nothing. And we will never have ice cream again. some little lighter flecks. Throw on that upper canopy piece. It's a little bit too bright for me. Make that a little darker. Trying to get this to blend nicely into this shadow. Okay, I think that's starting to work for me. Get in some of these darker colors. Start to come in here with the thicker branches. Let's not forget to zoom out a little bit. Okay, I think that the red on the other side was probably a good call. I like how it looks. Okay, there's that one. Let's put in some textures for it, and then that might end up being the end of the stream for the night until tomorrow. And I think I might be working on this again tomorrow. I'm gonna flip that around, just a little more comfortable for me to be painting like this. I'm gonna clean up this tree while I'm texturing it. when I'm doing this, I'm just switching back and forth between my eraser transparent color and then the color that I have loaded up on my 2-set color brush. Alright, I've got 1 more minute left in my stream for tonight, and then I'm gonna call it a night until tomorrow. I do hope that you guys will join me again tomorrow night while I do some more work on this. I'm gonna be getting to the side of the house, the ground here, the flowers that I'm gonna be putting in here, the rhododendrons, these pinky purple rhododendrons. So yes, and then probably this tree over here on the far upper right corner. So yeah, I hope that you guys will join me for that. Let me finish doing a little bit of this here. I am feeling my stomach rumble, so I'm not gonna do any extra minutes of work like I did last night. Alrighty, this is the end of the show. I'm gonna go get myself some food here. I hope that you guys had a good time watching this lovely process get worked on. I know I plugged this earlier, but if you guys want to see any of my my artwork in a larger, grander scale from the little TV that I have over there, be sure to check out the artwork. Streamlabs will pull it up. There it goes. That's my DeviantArt gallery, my little portfolio. On the X account, on the Twitter account, I'll be posting a work in progress picture of this, as well as a thank you. I also post that on the community post, the community tab for the YouTube channel here as well. So I don't want anybody to ever feel like you have to follow me on X or Twitter to see that. So yeah, as well as any other links that I usually tend to forget about, you can check out the link tree. But until then, I'm gonna go get myself some food because my stomach is ranting and raving about how it is currently empty. But yeah, until then, I will see you guys again tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Starting to stumble on my words again. Pacific Standard Time. So yeah, the usual time. But until then, I will see you guys later. Bye bye.